Promises forever young. Some people need a dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I got you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If I got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I got you. Shining, simmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over sideways in under a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in the whole new world. Now I'm in the whole new world with you. Soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through an endless diamond sky. A whole new world, 100,000 things to see. I'm a shooting star, I've come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be. To pursue, I'll just am any
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Alana Hotel Yogyakarta. Please be informed that our international conference will be started soon. So please, everybody, all participants who still outside, we kindly invite all of you to enter the ballroom. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, kami ucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang di Hotel Alana Yogyakarta. Kami informasikan kepada Anda bahwa acara Astechnova akan segera kita ikuti bersama. Kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk memasuki tempat acara. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama Anda sekalian. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, welcome to Alana Hotel Yogyakarta. We inform you that our international conference will be started soon in a few minutes. So please, everybody, all participants who are still outside, we kindly invite you to enter the room and please find your seat. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kami ucapkan selamat pagi di Hotel Alana Yogyakarta. Kami informasikan kepada Anda bahwa acara konferensi internasional ini akan segera kita ikuti bersama. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang sudah selesai menikmati coffee break, kami undang untuk memasuki ballroom dan silakan bisa duduk di kursi-kursi kosong yang tersedia. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Thank you for your attention.
Pusaka abadi
Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that our international conference will be started soon. So please, everybody who's still outside, I invite all of you to come to the ballroom and please find your seats. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar untuk segera memasuki tempat acara. Kita akan segera memulai acara kita. Silahkan Bapak Ibu bisa membawa coffee break, membawa minuman ataupun kudapan yang diambil dari luar untuk bisa dinikmati di dalam ruangan ini. Terima kasih.
Welcome to the Alana Yogyakarta Hotel and Convention Center. We thank you for choosing the Alana Yogyakarta Hotel and Convention Center as a place to hold your activities. Your safety and security are our most priority. It is our obligation to convey safety instructions, especially in case of emergencies such as fires and earthquakes. Currently, you are in the Mataram City International Convention Center building. This building consists of 2 floors, the first floor for the ballroom and the ground floor for the meeting rooms. This building is equipped with fire protection facilities such as fire extinguisher, hydrant, smoke detector, sprinkler, and public annunciator. This building has 2 emergency staircases located at the right and the left side of this building. Our hotel has 18 floors and it is equipped with fire protection facilities such as fire extinguisher, hydrant, smoke detector, sprinkler, and public annunciator. To find out your position, you can look at the evacuation map, which is located behind the room door. This building has 2 emergency staircases located at the right and the left side of this building. If there is a fire, stay calm, do not panic, and immediately leave the room to the nearest emergency stairs and go straight to the assembly point, which is located in the front area of this building. When an earthquake occurs, hide under the table and protect your head. Also, please stay away from the potentially falling objects. When the earthquake stops, please head to the designated assembly point and follow the hotel and facilities security protocol to avoid the aftershocks. At the time of evacuation, walk fast, do not running. Take off your high heel shoes, do not use the elevator, use the emergency stairs instead. For your information, today we do not have an emergency simulation, and if you hear an alarm sound, please leave the room immediately. For facilities in this building, the mosque is at the west side of this building and can accommodate 200 people. The toilet is at the right side and the smoking area at the front of the lobby ballroom and the left side of the ground floor. It is a great pleasure to be part of your service. Thank you for your attention. Have a very nice day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi, Sugeng Rawuh, good morning, and we are very grateful that all of us here blessed today. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we are so excited and so delighted to welcome all of you to the 7th International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023. in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you so very much for your applause. And this year, Astechnova is co-hosted by the Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics of the Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Gadjah Mada. This program is to host communication and dissemination of the emerging technological development on energy considering environmental, economic, and regulatory aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, every other year from 2014 to 2021, the Astechnova conference was held successfully and attended by several foreign participants from 5 continents such as Asia, Australia, America, Europe, and Africa. And this event is the 6th International Energy Conference, and we will have 2 days of Astechnova here in Alana Hotel Yogyakarta. This conference is held from 4 October until 5 October 2023, hybrid, online and offline. There are 92 full papers have been collected ranging from the topics of urban infrastructure and utilities, new and renewable energy, energy efficiency conservation, energy security, and nuclear technology. We also welcome participants who are unable to join us in person, but they are able to join using the connection in the internet. And it is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have our esteemed guest, His Excellency Ambassador Diyar Nurbintoro. Thank you so very much for coming here in Yogyakarta, Director for NAM CSSTC. And we welcome also Honorable Director of Energy Conservation, Directorate General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Mr. Gigih Udi Atmo, PhD. Good morning, Sugeng Rawo. And also we welcome Dean of Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Selo. Dr. Alexander Agung, Head Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics of Faculty of Engineering of UGM. Dr. Rahmawan Budiarto as the Steering Committee, and Dr. Nur Abdillah Siddiq as Organizing Committee. And we also welcome our special speakers, Professor Kotaro Tanaka from Ibaraki University, Japan, Dr. Haryono Budi Santoso from UGM, Professor Wangda Zhou from Pennsylvania State University, USA, Mr. Matthew Paul Cayley from Global Building Performance Network France, and also Mrs. Mary Rui from Public Utilities Board Kiribati. Ladies and gentlemen, Astechnova is your venue of opportunity to share and showcase your ideas, work, and experiences with colleges from around the world, and present yourself to a group of researchers, professionals, and policy experts who may be your potential collaborators, sponsor, and supporter in Astechnova 2023. And the main agendas of this opening program today will consist of an opening ceremony, keynote speech, panel session, and 2 parallel sessions. Before we start our program this morning, let us singing the Indonesia anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of Astechnova 2023 is going to commence by an opening address. I would like to invite to the conference chair to come forward to the stage to deliver the welcoming remarks. Dr. Nur Abdillah Sidik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished speaker, and respected participant. A very warm welcome to the Astechnova International Hybrid Conference on Innovation for Managing Energy Crisis. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand before you today, representing a global community of innovators, scholars, and industry leaders who have gathered here with a shared purpose to address one of the most significant challenges of our era, the global energy crisis. I am delighted as organizing committee to share with you that the response to this conference has been overwhelming. We have selected a total of 92 full papers for presentation, each representing a wealth of knowledge, creativity, and dedication from researchers and experts around the world. This paper also reflects the cutting-edge research and innovative solutions that are being developed to address the complexities of managing our planet energy resource effectively. Moreover, I am thrilled to announce that this conference has brought together participants from diverse corners of the globe. Countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, France, United States, Kiribati, and Indonesia are among the many nations represented here. This international collaboration highlights the universal significance of our term innovation who know borders and transcend geographical boundaries. Together, we have the opportunity to learn from each other, exchange ideas, and create a shared vision for a sustainable energy future. Over the next 2 days, we will have the privilege of hearing from renowned experts, researchers, and visionaries who will share their insight and discovery. I am encouraging each of you and every one of you to actively engage in the session, participate in the discussion, and connect with your fellow attendees. Let us make the most of this opportunity to foster partnership, inspire one another, and pave the way for a sustainable future. Your presence and active involvement are integral to the success of this conference, and I have no doubt that the ideas and collaboration that emerge from this gathering will have a lasting impact on the global effort to manage the energy crisis. I also represent the committee to apologize if there are shortcomings in carrying out this Astechnova International Conference. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to the Astechnova International Conference on Innovation for Managing Energy Crisis. Together, let us embark on a journey of discovery, collaboration, and innovation that will shape the future of energy management for generations to come. Thank you, and let the conference begin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sidik, for your warm welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have remarks from the Director of NAMC SSTC, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Nur Bintoro. Please be invited to the podium.
provide a platform that encourages and exchanges research collaboration among experts, scholars, and institutions. By sharing knowledge and expertise, we can collectively contribute to finding solutions to the energy crisis. Third, successful innovation often requires the scientific effort of academia, industry, and government institutions. Hence, we aspire to initiate and strengthen partnership among universities, industry, and government bodies. This partnership will play a pivotal role in translating innovative ideas into action-based solutions. Innovation lies at the very heart of to effectively manage the energy crisis we face today. I would like to take a moment to delve into why innovation is absolutely essential in tackling these critical issues. Firstly, innovation often emerges in response to urgent and presenting challenges. When we consider the energy crisis, these challenges span a wide spectrum, including issues such as enhancing energy efficiencies, harnessing renewable energy sources, and developing carbon capture technologies. Secondly, crises create an environment and motivate us and inspire innovators to think and act swiftly. This environment fosters rapid and highly impact changes, which can lead to groundbreaking development in energy technology that might not occur during normal circumstances. Thirdly, the role of government is pivotal in driving innovation in clean energy technologies. Government have the capacity to provide financial support,
enact policies, and establish an enabling environment that nurtures and encourages innovation is in crucial area. Furthermore, innovative climate technologies are imperative in our broader effort to combat the climate crisis. These technologies possess the potential to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emission and mitigate the adverse effect of climate change. Additionally, innovation plays a crucial role of managing the economic transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. It can help control and costs associated with fossil energy and facilitate the necessary shift toward sustainable and clean energy solution. Lastly, crises by their very nature compel organizations and individuals to address specific challenges with an appropriate sense of urgency. This urgency leads to a focused location of resources and effort, which is instrument in driving progress. Innovation are not merely important, but indeed essential in managing the energy crisis. They provide the tools and strategies required to navigate the complexities of energy production and consumption, ultimately paving the way for a more sustainable and secure future. I'm confident that the discussion and collaboration that unfold during this conference will contribute significantly to our collective understanding and efforts in managing the energy crisis effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceeding of this conference, it is with great pleasure and gratitude that I take a moment to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of individuals and organizations who have played a significant role in making this event a reality. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Nur Abdillah Siddiq and Dr. Rahmawan for their unwavering dedication and tireless effort in meticulously planning and organizing every aspect of this conference. Their commitment from setting the agenda to collaborating with the NAM Center and selecting distinguished speakers, like Ms. Mary Ruiz from Kiribati, has been instrumental in shaping the conference success. Moreover, their coordinating with the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources has been pivotal in ensuring the seamless execution of this event. I must also acknowledge the dedication staff member of UGM who will be moderating various serious sessions throughout the conference. Their expertise and diligent effort will undoubtedly facilitate meaningful discussion and ensure the smooth running of this session. Furthermore, I extend my appreciation to all the esteemed individuals who have submitted their research papers to be presented during our parallel session. Your contribution and the findings you will present are at the heart of the conference, and we are eager to learn from your insight and expertise. It is essential to recognize the pivotal role played by Mr. Arifin in sharing the Indonesian government strategies and policies related to energy and mineral resources. Your perspective and insight are invaluable in the broader context of our discussion. Last but certainly not least, I would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed panelists and special panelists, Professor Kotaro Tanaka, Dr. Haryono Budi, and also Professor Delga. Our Astechnova panel session 1 featuring speaker Professor Kotaro Tanaka and Dr. Hano Santoso will comment. Then we have another exciting session, Astechnova panel session day 2. Multiple parallel presenting are scheduled in various rooms, including Yudhishthira, Bima, and Arjuna rooms here in Arana. We'll continue with this parallel session later until tomorrow, ensuring a rich and diverse exchange of ideas and research. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight the remarkable opportunities for network and engagement this conference effort. The scheduled session encompasses a various of format ranging from keynote speech to panel discussion and parallel session, which serve as platform for like-minded individuals to come together, exchange ideas, and support. Moreover, for those joining us in this virtual realm, the conference online platform provides accessible means to connect with fellow attendants, participants in discussion and coordinated virtual meeting, ensuring that geographical barriers do not impact collaboration, and encourage each and every one of you to seize these opportunities for networking and engagement throughout the conference. By doing so, we not only enhance our own experiences but contribute to the vitality and growth of our shared community. Your Excellency, distinguished Dean, esteemed head of department, respective panelists, esteemed conference, as we conclude the opening session, we express heartfelt gratitude for your active participation enriching our pursuit of knowledge. Your active engagement illuminated the path of learning for all empathetic engagement and sharing. I thank you very much for this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Duta Besar, Bapak Diar Nurbintoro. Thank you so very much for your remarks, for your insightful remarks from Ambassador Diar Nurbintoro. Ladies and gentlemen, next remarks will be delivered by Dean of Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Gadjah Mada. We invite Professor Selo, please. We also request to Professor Solo to open this international conference officially. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants. On behalf of Universitas Gadjah Mada, I warmly welcome all of you at the International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023, organized by the Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Just for your information, Universitas Gadjah Mada is the oldest university established by the independent Indonesia. Since its establishment, UGM is a national campus to educate young generations from all regions of Indonesia with their distinctive culture. UGM is implementing an educabilis area, a step taken by universities in creating a conducive environment for the continuity of learning process. These efforts are boosted in developing multidisciplinary collaborations and responding to ecological issues to achieve the university visions. UGM has engaged in a dedicated ecological development programs such as constructing new green dormitories on campus and reducing pollutions. We may take the best from today's advanced science and technology, but realizing energy security and realizing sustainable development goals are our top priorities. The International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023 is concerned about the energy crisis problems experienced by the world. If we don't fix it immediately, we or our children and grandchildren can experience an energy crisis. In this context, the multidisciplinary studies are needed as a response reactions and to develop strategies for realizing sustainable energy security together that can spread across continental and administrative boundaries. As an international conference, Astechnova has a general theme of innovations for managing energy crisis. We do hope that the international conference Astechnova will significantly inspire academia, researchers, and policymakers to realize energy security and achieve sustainable development goals. UGM is proud to be at the forefront of various research on renewable energy and research related to sustainable development goals. We are delighted to be able to hold this conference, even though it is being held hybrid. However, we hope to strengthen our institution cooperations, especially in the field of energy, technology, and engineering. I firmly believe that this conference will contribute to the recent advancements of science and technology for sustainable development and human civilizations. Moreover, these intellectual gatherings will be a great encouragement for the science and technological innovations, which will eventually contribute to the sustainable development of quality life. Lastly, I am deeply grateful to the keynotes and invited speakers, participants, sponsoring organizations, and members of the organizing committees to make this conference remarkable successful. I am expecting this conference will also provide us better linkage, friendships, and collaborations. I wish you all enjoy a wonderful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Solo. Please remain on stage for the opening ceremony, and please be ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the opening ceremony of Astechnova 2023. We invite Mr. Diar, Dr. Alexander Agung, Dr. Rahmawan, Dr. Nur Abdillah to accompany Professor Solo for this opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 7th International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023 will be symbolized by striking the gong by Professor Selo. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me to count down the time starting from 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023 is officially open. Yogyakarta, please come forward and join on the stage to have the photo session with the special invitees. Profesor Kotaro, Dr. Haryono, Profesor Wangda, Mr. Matthew, and Mrs. Marie Rui. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the speakers and the moderator and also the special invitees of the 7th International Energy Conference Astechnova 2023. And next, we kindly invite all of you to have the photo session with the special invitees and the moderators and also all the speakers. So everybody here, please stand up facing the background, and all special invitees and moderator and speakers, please move to the floor and also facing the background. Astechnova. Please, Bapak Ibu sekalian, disilahkan untuk menuju ke depan, menghadap ke background. Silahkan berdiri. We will have the next photo session with all participants here. Kita akan berfoto bersama dengan semua peserta di sini, and all speakers, moderator, and also special invitees kindly stand up facing the background. And also we invite all participants here to stand up, please, and maybe you can move forward so the photographer can capture all of you here. Thank you. Baik, Bapak Ibu silahkan bisa sedikit berpindah ke depan dan kita akan foto bersama dengan berdiri menghadap ke background Astechnova bersama dengan para moderator, para narasumber dan juga para tamu undangan terhormat. Silahkan bisa bergabung untuk menuju ke depan. Ya, untuk sudah aman Mas fotografer semuanya? Oke. Untuk yang pertama kita akan memberikan senyum terbaik kita dengan gaya formal. Please give your smile and also your formal style first. 1, 2, 3, capture. Next, we invite all of you to say Astechnova, like this ya. Oke, kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu untuk menyampaikan Astechnova dengan semangat, jadi ya dengan mimik muka bulat gitu ya, jadi kelihatan sekali nanti di kamera. Baik, kita coba 1, 2, 3, Astechnova, bagus sekali. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you so very much for all participants here. Please back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, now we will welcome you by special performance, a dance performance. It is a typical dance of Tegal City, Central Java, that can be performed in groups or individually. This dance was created by Endang Supatmi, one of the teacher and an artist in Tegal City. The creator combines Tegalan, Solo, and West Javanese dance movements in a beautiful dance. Retno Tanjung dance has a variety of movements such as Udar Tampar, Miyak Toya, Balang Mega, Ciratan Toya, Nyerok Mina, and Palet Mina. This dance tells us the story of the simplicity of a fisherman's daughter who is decorating herself to welcome state guests or great guests. So this dance is performed specially for all of you, to welcoming all of you to this special event Astechnova 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lima Srikandi, Retno Tanjung Dance.
sami suka sami angler ing pesisir ambok samarati minangka supepusa bringarsaning Gusti. Ingkang sami suka-suka sami angler ing pesisir ambek samarati minangka supepusa bringarsaning Gusti.
Performance by Lima Srikandi, students from Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics of Universitas Gajah Mada. Once again, please give a big round of applause to them. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to us to have brief keynote speech from the Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic of Indonesia, and key session represented by Director of Energy Conservation, Directorate General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, with the topic about accelerating energy transition. This key session will be moderated by Dr. Rahmawan Budiarto, and I would like to introduce the moderator of our key session. Dr. Rahmawan Budiarto is a faculty member in Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics since 1999. He is a doctor in renewable energy and provides various courses in energy, renewable energy, energy policy, energy economics, environment economics, etc. in 5 undergraduate programs in Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social and Political Science, and other 5 postgraduate programs. He is a member of Climate Change Initiative Team of Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. He is also a member of International and Institutional Relationship Committee of Indonesia Accreditation Board for Engineering Education and Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri atau LAM Teknik. He is a Green Ship Professional or Green Building Council Indonesia, a director of Center of Development of Sustainable Region in Center for Energy Studies, as well as senior researcher at Center for Economic Democracy Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He was involved in at least 86 sustainable energy related projects and 20 other projects, which some of them were funded by 19 international institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor now to hand over this session to Dr. Rahmawan Budiarto. Dr. Rahmawan, your time is 1 hour.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed will be our 2 days very excited days for us all, because these 2 days will be full of collaborations and idea sharing. But before we continue these 2 days, this our 2 days, we will have a speech delivered by His Excellency Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. We are very happy that Bapak Menteri, His Excellency Minister, are willing to deliver his speech through online. Please, Bapak Menteri.
Professor Ova Emilia, Rector of Gadjah Mada University. Good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate virtually in the International Conference Astechnova 2023. My deepest appreciation to Gadjah Mada University to organize this event. As part of Paris Agreement commitment, numerous countries are pledging to net zero emissions by or around mid-century. This target requires a smooth and effective energy transition in accordance with national circumstances and their priorities. Indonesia has established an energy transition roadmap towards net zero emission by 2060. This roadmap consists of several strategies, including acceleration of renewable energy development, retirement of coal-fired power plants, clean energy technology deployment, energy efficiency, electrification of energy demand, such as electric vehicle and household appliances. In the long run, supergrid will be developed to enhance connectivity and reduce intermittency in the 5 main islands, such as Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Nusa Tenggara, Bali. The role of oil and gas in the energy transition remains crucial. The oil and gas demand are still growing, especially in transportation sector, And the development of gas also important in bridging the transition from fossil fuels to renewables. Coal is still the main energy resource and a buffer for Indonesia until renewable energy can reach the expected portion according to the target of the national energy mix. In order to optimize the utilization of coal reserves, one of the strategies is increasing the added value of coal through downstream programs such as coal gasification and the application of clean coal technology for generation. Indonesia has established some policy instruments to support energy transition, such as regulation on renewable energy tariff, carbon cap and trade in power generation, carbon capture storage and CCUS in oil and gas upstream activities, and additional concurrent government affairs in the energy and mineral resources sector for new and renewable energy. In addition, new and renewable energy bill is being discussed with Parliament to provide legal certainty, strengthen institutions and governance, create a conducive investment climate, and increase renewable energy utilization. To implement energy transition, several challenges need to be addressed, among others, technology, which are more accessible and affordable, modernizing the grid infrastructure, as well as substantial financial and investment. Indonesia needs more than $1 trillion to finance energy transition. We welcome the partnership like Just Energy Transition Partnership and Asia Zero Emission Community, which provide financial support to accelerate energy transition in Indonesia. To support the energy transition is not only from renewables, but also mineral sources, such as nickel, that can be used to produce batteries and storage, and rare earth elements that can be used for components in wind turbines, solar panels, and electric vehicles. Energy transition needs numerous efforts, a commitment and collaboration from local, national, and international partners are required to ensure the availability of investment and to ensure our planning is achievable. I hope that this conference can provide insights on just energy transitions as well as ideas and breakthrough to achieve net zero emission target.
Thank you very much, Bapak Menteri. And as His Excellency, our Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, says that it is a must for us. There is no another way that must be arranged, must be managed, must be done by us all. It is the energy transitions. Also, in the speech, His Excellency Ambassador Diar also show us about the energy crisis. And indeed, in the current global dynamics, this dynamic show us very clear, reveal a real risk of the energy crisis in terms of three aspects in energy trilemma. They are energy security, and also the affordability or energy access, and also the aspects of the environment in energy trilemma, and also the aspect of the environmental in energy transitions, in energy system. We have also the challenge, for example, the global warming, the sea level rise, and also health-related problems. Disasters also increase significantly. And we are happy here to have opportunity to share our idea, and also as asked by Pak Menteri, we need a collaboration to explore many breakthroughs in managing our agenda. It is not the agenda for one country, it is our agenda as a global community. And we are happy also that here Bapak Director of Energy Conservation, Bapak Gigi, is here to show us many aspects through his presentation. Bapak Director, Bapak Kiki, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mohon izin pada Bapak Ramawan, saya izin berdiri Pak. Saya rasanya agak nervous kembali ke kampus. So it has been a while for me, yeah. Since back in 2015 when I finished my PhD in Melbourne University, come back to the environment of academic conference. As maybe we recall that if you become a student, no matter it is undergraduate or PhD student, you have to deliver proceeding to show up your research results that maybe worth enough to become a journalist articles. That's the ultimate goal that as a student that you would like to achieve. So in this morning events, I would like to encourage all participants to go beyond that output and goals. We come from Jakarta to Yogyakarta, which is around 400 kilometers far. We come here as our minister already delivered his remarks that we are in the process of energy transitions. So I'm very glad here today with Bapak Ambassadors and also speakers and experts from internationals. Bapak Kotaro Tanaka from Ibaraki University. I've been visiting the prefectures many times when I was in Japan. Bapak Professor Wang Dazu from Pennsylvania State University. I hope someday I could visit your universities. And of course, our partner and colleague from Republic of Kiribati, from the utility boards. So we face the same challenge. We are archipelagic nations that will be on the forefront when the global warming is happening. As Pak Rahmawan mentioned about the rise of sea levels, the warming temperatures, which to some extent we are experiencing at the moment. So I think we need to work together as a global communities on how we can address the climate change issues. We need to go beyond the academic papers or journals, articles, which of course we are happy to do so, but if we could collaborate, use this opportunity today to engage collaboration on how we can contribute into a roadmap on, for example, on energy transition, finding the best solution, maybe carbon recyclings, or maybe through nuclear power plants technology. As our minister mentioned that one of key strategy is on how we can decarbonize our power sectors through the renewable energy as well as early retirement of coal power plants. When it comes to coal power plants, so I'm just mentioning myself, I'm a director of energy conservation. One of our key portfolio is we are the task force for net zero emission roadmaps, another task force for early retirement roadmaps, and also we are PIC for carbon trading in the power sectors, in energy sectors, in addition to energy efficiency. So that's quite a few task that we have to do, and we are willing to come here today to ask the expert and also academics how we can engage into more collaboration on energy transitions. So maybe I only have a few minutes, so I just briefly start my presentation on a few things. So as you can see here on the next slide, so this is the concrete commitment from the Indonesian government that has been delivered through ratifying the Paris Agreements back in 2015 and officially ratified in 2016 through the law of number 16 2016 by our president Bapak Jokowi. And also subsequently there are some events including during the G20 in Indonesia in 2022 that we renewed our commitment to combat global warming through decarbonizing our energy systems. And there are also collaboration internationally with including US, Japan, and other international partner group countries through the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnerships. So this is an example on how international collaboration can be undertaken to help emerging and also developing countries to face or to combat the climate change, because globally we would like to limit the temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius by 2100. So on the next slide, let's start with our medium-term goals. Recently, the Dean, Professor Selo, mentioning about the SDG goals. So we're trying to align our SDG goals with our NDC targets. Pak Rahmaman well said about we need to make a balance between the three angles, between energy security, which is, I think everyone understands this is the most important aspect, especially during the event that occurred over the last 2 years, on how the energy security in Europe may be affected if there are some disruption in the supply of energy. And also we try to balance it with in developing countries about price affordability is important, and as well as the energy access. And here we're trying to achieve the SDG goal number 7. When it comes to energy sectors, we're trying to provide electricity access to all people, citizens of this country. We are talking about more than 270 million people. That's quite a few numbers. And we talk about more than 17,000 islands. Japan has more than 6,000 islands. So in archipelagic countries like Indonesia, the challenge between islands can be different. That's why our minister also mentioned the importance of supergrid or grid connectivity, interconnecting transmission line between island and also another islands, between the source of renewables and the demand centers. So by last year, we almost 100% electrification ratio, and hopefully it will be achieved within this year or in the coming years, because we're talking about islands in the outer island, which is very hard to reach, which through the expansion of transmission line or maybe through the distribution networks. Another aspect is on how we align with our renewable energy target. So we actually has a target of 23% in 2025, but by 2022 we achieve 12.3%. Still challenging though on how we can accelerate to increase the share of renewables. That's why one of the key strategies is on how we can reduce the fossil fuels. If there are support from international, either it is through JETP or maybe ASEC, ASEAN Zero Emission Community, or through the ETM from the ADB, Energy Transition Mechanisms, there might be some potential fund or finance that can be utilized to retire our coal fleets earlier, coal power plant earlier. So, but regardless of that challenge, we are on the track to reach our commitment on nationally determined contribution as part of the Paris Agreements. So we have a target of reducing the emission 32% by 2030. In the energy sectors, it's equivalent to 358 million tons of CO2 emissions. So far, we conduct some mitigation measures that already exceeding those targets. So in the next slide, so this is how we can achieve our NDC targets through a number of mitigation activities. The first and the most important is energy efficiency. This is low-hanging fruits that can be implemented immediately by everybody, every single person of these countries. And number two is on renewable energies, and then followed by how we can continue utilizing our fossil fuel with cleaner technology, and also by other low carbon fuels, and also how we can return, because in this mining extractions, when they finish conducting extraction, whether it is coal or other minerals, including nickel, they have to return the environment into the original positions. So let's briefly mention about the energy efficiency. The first two activity is mandatory energy management. So this is activity according to international standard ISO 50001. So we have a new regulation, government regulation number 33/2023, that every commercial buildings which consume energy more than 500 tons of oil equivalents, including this hotel, must conduct energy management activities, including assigning dedicated energy managers, conducting audits, and also implementing the recommendation coming from the audits. So this is opportunity and also investment opportunity for collaborations on how we can find technology and also solution. So this is today, I'm glad to hear that Pak Rahmawan also has a background from technical, also economic, social aspects. So we need multidisciplinary sectors to overcoming this challenge. Because, for example, if you invest in energy efficiency, maybe technology decision can be implemented immediately. But from the financial point of view, there is some risk at first among the financial institutions on how we can sure that, because they will be paid by the saving coming from the investments. So far there are a number of challenges, but we come with the sum of the innovation as the topic today. So we have been some innovation in engineering, financial engineering. The first is, because ESCO is still a long way to go. We call it FESCO, Vendor Energy Service Company. So the provider of technology provide financing facility to invest in energy efficiency in the mandatory energy efficiency. And number two is public-private partnership, PPP, that just occurred yesterday and tomorrow. Yesterday was in Padang. If you visited West Sumatra, there are local government in there that implement PPP for street lightings. And also PPP will be implemented tomorrow in West Lombok, in Nusa Tenggara Barat. So that's how we can achieve with energy efficiency. And number two is our continuous mandatory energy performance standard, MAPS. So this is every appliances like air conditioners, refrigerators, lightings, fan, television, just name it. So we continue to implement maps in our standard as a strategy for energy efficiency. And just briefly that on renewable energy, we're relying on the PLN RUTL. So PLN is planning to build 20.9 gigawatt of new renewable energy by 2030. So that's the key area where we can get the mitigation action from renewable energy, in addition to like solar rooftop and others mini or off-grid electricity coming from renewables. Biodiesel this is our key strategy for transport sectors. My minister mentioned that emission from the transport sector is the key that we need to address. So far, this is the biggest sector which contribute to energy sector consumptions, followed by industry and other sectors. So number 3 is on how we can continue like utilizing other technology, like including combined cycle, gas combined cycle technology, or waste to heat, or waste to power generation. On the next slide, just quickly, this is beyond 2030. We have a net zero emission roadmap that we are aiming to peak our emission between 2035 and 2040, with the peak emission around 740 something. So if you see the chart is predominantly the power sector will be zero emission before 2060. And it's leave only 129 million ton of CO2 emission coming from the industry and also from the transport sectors. So industry, we see like cement, petrochemicals, iron and steel are 3 subsectors which face challenge like in other countries as well. How we can find best available technology to replace blast furnace, whether it is enough with the electric arc furnace, how we can solve the supply chain to find the recycle scraps to be fit into the electric arc furnace, for example, or whether we have to introduce new fuels like hydrogen, green hydrogen or blue hydrogen in our fuel for iron and steel, but this is still a challenging area. That's why I believe with the experts who are gathering today, whether on-site or online, we would like to hear more, whether there are opportunity or there are outlooks where we can adopt more emerging technology to solve such issues. On the next slide, so this is when it comes to powers, we will add more renewable soon. Of course, beyond 2030, we are talking about solars, but not only solars, but we are also looking at other technology like geothermals, hydropowers, and even nuclears. Pak Alex, don't worry, Pak Alex. So this is your turn. This is your era. Academic need to go beyond papers. We need to find what is solution on when we try to adopt the nuclear power plants. What roadmap need to be happen? Whether, because in our net zero emission roadmap we put the first online capacity is 2039, 1 gigawatts. But just recently from the National Energy Councils, they would like to bring it forward early 2030s. So whether it is possible or not, so we would like to hear feedback and also input from the academics and experts, because we are talking about technologies such as small modular reactors, whether it is can meet the technical readiness level more than 7 if we see the reasons occur in other part of the world, they have levelized cost of electricity 19 cents per 19 cents US dollar per kilowatt hours. Whether it is, of course, it address how we can address the challenge of the triangle affordability when it comes to developing countries. So this is just give you just bring you spark the idea and interest on this in this part. Early retirement of coal power plants, still a long way to go. We are developing the roadmap. We have 4.8 gigawatt from 15 location of coal power plants. We needed fund around 5.1 billion US dollars. Who is going to fund that activities? Whether JETP or ASEC or ETM or ADB are willing to spend concessional loans to fund that early retirement, that's still a challenge. Grid connectivity, I will mention, but it is important that because Indonesia has more than 3,600 gigawatt of renewable energy potentials. But the location and mismatched demand and resources are, in terms of renewable, are one of the key challenges. That's why we are encouraged to utilizing high transmission lines, submarines. We are talking about high voltage direct currents transmission line. So we're talking about submarine cables, converter, and inverters. This is the technology which Indonesia hasn't adopted so far. So whether we can work together as to find whether 500 kV submarine cables, or we are talking about 1,000 kV, which happen in other countries, from China, for example, can be adopted. To what extent the insulation cable can withstand? So just because this is university technical, so I just bring into more into the technical. So next slide. So this is our potential in more detail. So I mentioned about more than 3,000 gigawatts. So how can we use such 3,000 potential into something other than electricity as well? We have a cooperation with NATO of Japan to produce green hydrogen from geothermal in North Sulawesi and also in Lampung. So this is how we can produce utilizing the electricity from geothermal, which is far away from the demand centers, converting into electricity and then utilizes into the electrolyzers, and then produce the H2 hydrogen. So the economic will be the challenge, how we can make it more cost down the economic of that activity, because if we can achieve at least $5 per kilogram hydrogen, that will be interesting to see what kind of electrolyzer technology that we can adopt here. Next slide. I think how many minutes, but right? Still okay. I can talk more a lot because I have so many slides here, but I would like to bring more discussion and ideas in here. So gas is still the transition in Indonesia. We have cooperation with Inpex from Japan, supported by GBIC, to develop the Abadi Masela. We have potential gas resources in Tangguh, which is developed by BP. Train 3 just coming online. And just recently we have a new gas finding in Andaman, in North Sumatra, in Aceh, the sea above Aceh. And also just yesterday, ENI from Italy also mentioned new gas finding in IDD in close to Mahakam, 5 TCF. That's quite remarkable peaks. So that's how we can see that we have natural gas potential in Indonesia, and we would like to use it as a transition fuel to more cleaner energy supply. But of course, it will not be able to be developed if we don't have CCS, carbon capture and storage technology. Next slide. This is PLN. I just would like to say that so many technology there, geothermal, hydro, and also solars, on different locations. Next slide. So this is the first priority. We try to bring interconnection between Java Island and Sumatra. There has been detailed engineering study by JICA in that time, so that we just need to revisit that study on how we can interconnect between the Java Island and Sumatra in terms of power exchange. So at some, if you see load profile of electricity at some point, the electricity can come from Java Island and other time coming from Sumatra Islands. So Sumatra is rich of renewable energy resources. So that's how this is very important, but it will require investment, almost $3 billion US. So this is one of the key projects that we will propose to JETP. You know, JETP has a commitment of 21.7 billion US dollars. So this is one of the investment focus area. Next slide. So this early retirement, as I mentioned, I just briefly mentioned that this is still ongoing process because we have a framework of regulation, PRES 112/2022. We need to develop a roadmap. So far, we have identified 4.8 gigawatt of potentials, but with finance needed to execute that roadmap. Next slide. This is the concrete action that will be commercially operating end of this month or maybe early November. Floating solar PV, the biggest one in Southeast Asia. This is 145 megawatt peaks, utilizing the existing dam. At least we can solve the land issue when we install this floating solar PV. And at the same time, this is interesting on how our hypothesis, whether, because if solar PV is combined with at the same location with the hydropowers, it can mitigate the fluctuation variability of the outputs. So once again, opportunity for university students to investigate, to study more on in terms of dynamic stability, maybe transient stability with the pellet and Nusantara powers. Next slide. This is commitment of government that to encourage more renewable energy developments through the regulation and incentive. It is similar to a feed-in tariff scheme. Next slide. As our minister mentioned, electrification of our demand sectors of our key strategy to decarbonize our energy sector. So here we can see that industry, we try to bring along as much as possible electricity to replace fossil fuels, including from coal. But of course, there are limits of technology and also availability of commercially available technology. If we, in the cement subsectors, how can we replace kiln, material for kilning that utilize less energy? We cannot replace the furnace that which require more than 1,000 degrees Celsius with electric furnace. Just cannot be achieved at this current technology commercially viable. So once again, let's do it together. Material science, chemical engineering, and other field in engineering need to work together to find the alternative solution of the best available technology. Next slide. So this is energy management. Basically, it is from the mandatory implementation of energy management last year. We have reduced energy consumption 2.4 terawatt hours of electricity equivalent, which means we don't have to build 4 or 5 gigawatt, 4 or 5 new coal power plants. We're talking about 600 megawatt capacity each. So at least we can reduce the emission by doing so. And on the next slide, so this is the minimum energy performance standards that we continue our research please support us in this aspect, how we can improve continuously our efficiency in the appliances, which is very important to reduce the demand, the peak load, and also reduce the emissions. Next slide. When it comes to electric vehicles, we have laid charging stations for cars and also battery swap stations. And the government already provide incentive for electric motor conversions. So the electric motor conversion is quite interesting because we have a target of 200,000 units in the coming this year and next year. This year 50,000, next year is 150,000. And the government already provide financial incentive for those individuals who are willing to convert their electric motor, their internal combustion motor into electric motors. But the key challenge is we don't have enough battery. Where is the battery? We need to import from other countries. So this is how we can find strategy on how we can convert our nickel, as our minister mentioned, into batteries using technology which are available today into commercially viable solutions that can be later integrated into EV ecosystems. Next slide. This is CCS and CCUS. So we have potential very large. When it comes to depleted oil reservoir, we're talking more than almost 3 gigaton of storage, CO2 emission storage. When it comes to saline aquifer, even much bigger. And this will become a pilot project, 15 projects that are currently undertaken by upstreams oil and gas developers to demonstrate that the fossil fuel can still become part of the energy security and energy transitions when they also decarbonizing their supply chain and also in the processing, separating CO2 from the process of converting natural gas into LNG, for example, and then injecting into back to the ground. So this is very good example. Maybe this will become the world leading example in that area. So Indonesia will become our vision is the CCS hub. We know, of course, we are prioritizing the CO2 emission from domestic, from the upstream, from the industry, and to some extent from the power sectors. And when later on there are some reserve capacity, there are potential for cooperation with others countries to bring along their carbon CO2 emission and inject it into those reserve, spare reserve. Next slide. And also lastly, just last week, 26th of September, the Indonesian government launched carbon markets. This is still domestic carbon market. We are not talking about 6.4 or 6.2 of Paris Agreement articles, compliance and also voluntary. We are talking about domestic carbon markets. So in the power sectors, we are developing methodology and process such that we can produce from our mitigation action, as I mentioned before, we have a surplus, we can produce carbon emission reduction certificate, which can be traded into our carbon markets. And last week's, the carbon market can settle into transaction of around 400,000 certificates, with one certificate around 69,000 rupiah. It's around $4 per ton. $4 per ton. It's still cheap, but it's good exercise and it's good pilot projects. Next slide. So this is what happened. So we have two markets, two products. The first is from the coal power plants, and the second is from the renewable energy and also energy efficiency. And lastly, once again, last final slide. Maybe final, next one. Sorry. So once again, through the pentahelix cooperation between the governments, academics, media, and also NGO and also public and private sectors, we can work together to address this challenge. Our challenge is global challenge. How we can combat climate change by reducing, by energy transition to reduce CO2 emission into the atmosphere, while we are keep maintaining the economic growth of each countries. So let's work together. Let's work beyond papers. Let's work beyond journal articles. Let's find together the solution, collaborative network, collaborative of research between various institutions and organizations and university. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Pak Kiki. As a director of the energy conservation, Pak Kiki is here as a representative of the governments, so that the PowerPoint that he shown us, he had shown us, it is also the formal voice, the formal program, and also formal mindset of the recent dynamics of the governments. And Pak Kiki and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation that is provided in this room is not only enjoyed by us in this room, but also is broadcasted online. I think more than 100 non-presenter participants also enjoy these meetings. And also, thank you very much, Pak Kiki, Pak Directors. It is a clear message of the government, and we are very happy that Bapak Director, Pak Kiki, many times you says beyond the papers and accelerations many times, and it makes me very happy, because it is a good signal for us, because the beyond acceleration is encourage us not only to change our mindset, the personal mindset, but also the institutional mindset. Talking about the last aspects, or the last news, or the last progress that have we see through his presentation. For example, the carbon trading. In the first day of the transactions of the carbon tradings, we can get around 26 or 29 billion rupiahs for only for one trader. It is a Pertamina that conventionally oil and gas, and now transformed to the players, important players of this new era. And Pak Kiki said that it is only in the tariff of $4, and we know that we have still opportunity. Imagine that now not only $4, but also maybe 20 or 12, 30 dollars, so we can transform the liability into the revenue income. It is real. It is the change, the mindset, not only personal mindset but institutional, and many aspects that have shown to us is full of the challenge beyond an acceleration, as Pak Director said to us. And we still have 15 minutes to discuss with him. Please, if you have idea, feedback, or questions, very welcome. Who will give the feedback? If Please, my colleagues from Penn State University, we have already 3 years collaboration. Thank you very much, Prof. Wangda, through the funded by NSF, and he is our team leader in this multinational cooperation.
Check.
And we have regularly monthly meeting with Prof. Wangda. Please, Pak Wangda.
Yeah, thank you. This is really exciting. I'm very happy to see that your government is really pushing very hard to the sustainability and also different measures you are taking. Even I come from academia, I really like what you said. We should go beyond the paper to make the real world impact. So I just have a question. You mentioned that you're trying to connect your islands into a giga power grids. Have you ever thought about, especially for some remote island, right, with maybe small capacity? Have you ever think about using microgrid with like a battery storage or other, renewable combined? So in that case, maybe it will be more cost-effective than connecting these, small dots to your big network. So, if so, what's your comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang. It's very important questions. I pick up some of the keywords. Cost-effective, microgrids, battery storage. That's exactly true. Yeah, exactly true. So we cannot connect all islands, 17,000 islands, into transmission line. We only can do so for the main islands between Sumatra and Java, for example. But when it comes to small islands, like in Sumba, we conduct what we have a cooperation with Kyudenko from Japan to transform the electricity supply which used to be provided through the diesel engines, turn into renewables by reducing the diesel engines. So the diesel is still providing like balancings, but during the day, and also to some extent, there are batteries to be installed to capture the solar PV output. Because Sumba is close to, in the south of Indonesia, is close to Australia. So solar irradiance is quite high, around 22% if we talk about capacity factors. So we convert into technology to reduce the diesel engine electricity output. We also do some cooperation with French, a company in France, to produce hydrogen from the solar PV. And then the hydrogen then to be used in situ later on during the night to be translated into electricity. So we would like to find this journey is still long way journeys, because we talk about another side of the triangle, the costs. Yeah. Maybe the first part, solar PV to reduce diesel engine out. That's it, very easy. The economic calculation is Pak Rahmawan, maybe just don't need to calculate. But when it comes to hydrogens used in situ, involving another technology like electrolyzers, what type of electrolyzer that can meet the requirement such that we have a threshold, because the threshold will be the cost of the diesel oil. So thanks again for raising that question, and this is also another opportunity to work. Sumba already so many countries supporting. Let's find another islands.
That's good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wangda. Another question or feedback to Pak Director? Yeah, or maybe some of you from the students, obligatory questions for you or students. Yeah, Bahasa Indonesia is okay also. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. Um, Thank you for Mr. Gigi for your presentation. I'm very interesting about the super grid. Super grid in the future of Indonesia. I think super grid implementation is very important. But I have the question for this super grid. In the implementation in the future, the super grid can be centralized in one island. We know Indonesia is archipelago state, and I think example in Kalimantan, we know in there we have very potential in geothermal energy, and then in the Kalimantan will be centralized only geothermal. Or we maximally for another energy as solar or wind. I think that. Thank you.
It's very interesting questions. Maybe if there's any expert from geology, please tell us if there are potential of geothermal in Kalimantan. So we are very happy to see. But I got the point. So Kalimantan is very rich of hydropowers. So we have a project with company from Japan in the North Kalimantan to develop what we call large hydropowers in Kayan rivers and also Mentarang rivers. The Mentarang River is already currently under development by Sarawak Energy from Malaysia. They also have some Bakun hydropowers, very big capacity. So when it comes to super grid, once again, so that's very true. We need to find solutions to create supply of renewable meet the demand. It doesn't necessarily mean the demand is traditional demand, because if we historically big demand is Java Bali, but Kalimantan is different. We try to bring the new demands. For example, utilizing that example, Kayan hydro energy will be developed, 9 gigawatt in total. Cascade, Mentarang will be 1 gigawatt in total available capacity. But the demand is around 200 kilometers. So we need to develop transmission lines to bring those in the North Kalimantan into the East Kalimantan. Industrial estate Tanah Kuning. So those industrial estate is currently being developed to bring green industry from all over the world, from China, from Japan, from US, from Korea, to develop this green industry in this area. So that's why we try to, super grid is only become a feasible solution when it becomes matching between demand and the renewables at the cost acceptable rates. So when we develop this super grid, we're not just putting our map and just connecting. We're utilizing, maybe because this is university, we use general algebraic modeling system, linear programming, to slice our demand center every 30 minutes, and then do the optimization, cost optimization, different constraints put into the systems, and we find solutions. Of course, university students and academia are very welcome to review that model, how this is. Like for example, between Kalimantan and Sulawesi, there's a deep sea in between. So we cannot just connect between these two islands. Or for example, from the nuclear, there are ideas to develop small modular reactors in the West Kalimantan. But where is the demand? So they try to bring the demand, to bring the transmission line into the Java Islands. Maybe technologically that makes sense, but from the economic point of view, it will add at least 2 cents per kilowatt hours extra if we put 17 or 19 from the port SMR, nobody can afford that electricity price. So that's, we need to bring the balance between those three angles, the context, always into the heart of solution that we're trying to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, two questions. First, and then the second.
Okay, thank you. I will read a question from online participant because this conference is hybrid. There is two questions. First, why we don't see a contribution of nuclear energy for carbon reduction policy? The first question. And the second question is from Sharif Yahya. I was wondering, since Indonesia aiming to increase the capacity of electric vehicle, how about the charging station for this vehicle? How do you balance these charging facilities needed? There is two questions from online participant. Thank you.
When it comes to nuclears, of course we always bring those three dimensions: price affordability, sustainability, and energy security, which is good. But when it comes to nuclear, we also need to bring another fourth dimension: public acceptance. So there are areas that, so that's why this is the social dimension of this energy transition has become very important. How we can open the dialogue between society and the people in those areas where studi tapak itu bahasa Inggrisnya apa? Because if you conduct, if you would like to develop nuclear power plant, you have to conduct studi tapak. I don't know in English. Making sure that the any dimension from technical will be mitigated. So when it comes to nuclear, that's why in our roadmap, it is in 2039, 1 gigawatt, the first units. But there are ideas to bring forward earlier, which we are very most welcome. But once again, we need to understand, we're expecting inputs from the academy and from the experts. How we can bring it earlier. There are ideas to bring it in 2032. Let's start with the SMR, 2032. 270 megawatt in total, 3 units. But how we can prepare for that? How we can find the right price? And where to locate that power plants? Because we only have so far 3 locations. In Muria, in long time ago, but the study is still valid. In Bangka, and also in West Kalimantan. So whether we need to conduct more study to find another options, and also equally important is we need to start opening the dialogue with the people and society who are living around the prospect of location of power plants. So we need first find technology which are commercially viable and technologically sound, such that we can avoid mistake and also adverse event that occur in other countries when it comes to nuclear powers. Second questions. Yeah. When it comes to charging stations, as mentioned that around 800 charging station for electric duty for light duty vehicles, for roda 4, for cars, and more than 1,300 for battery swap stations. The number is still small, and the technology is quite relatively simple. When it comes to charging stations, there are 3 categories. Medium, I don't talk about the slow charging. Slow charging is for at home, 7 kilowatts capacity charging. Medium charging for the public use is between 7 to 22 kilowatt capacity. So you will need around 3 to 4 hours to charge your cars. So this is good for university, good for shopping mall, hotel, where the people who bring in their cars AV can charge. And the government already provide incentive through Ministry Regulation, MEMR Regulation number 1, 2023, to encourage more addition of fast and ultra fast charging. So this is the charging which require DC direct current technology. So we once again encourage experts, researchers, academia to find future solution on how not just to find the DC currents, the DC charging, like 50 kilowatt or 150 or beyond 200 kilowatts, but on how we can utilize these vehicles communicating into the grids. In Japan, in US, V2G, vehicle to grids. So how we can find right protocols? I know that Tesla, maybe CHAdeMO can facilitate that from vehicle back to the grids. So this is the best place to find alternative or maybe find way out how we can in the future, because Indonesia projected that we will have 2 million EV cars by 2030. But Indonesia also like to do some motorcycle. We have projection of 13 million scooters or electric two-wheelers by 2030. So that's the dimension of battery swap station is need to happen. So battery swap station is, we are now revising the standards of the Bluetooth battery swap stations. So if you see the if you go to a mini convenience store, there are cubicles consisting maybe 10 or 12 of battery that you can utilize for electric two-wheelers. But what happened if, because so far we only have 9 companies, each company they have their own property. So what happened if we go, if for the scooter owner's point of view, if you go to one supermarket or mini market or convenience store, I cannot charge here because this is different property from the provider of swap station. You need to go to another, but you're already running out your battery. So we're trying, once again, we would like to have feedback. We are working with PLN together, how we can simplify this standard. Not just from the dimension point of view, protocols, density, voltage, 48, 60, 72 volt. In Korea, for example, they only accept 48 volt because above 48 is high voltage for the safety point of view. But in Indonesia, we have 72 volt, which is good. But how about the safety time and also performance? Because 72 volt is good for performance. How we can balance with the safety requirements? So this is area where we would like to have input from experts in here.
Thank you very much. But Saka, I must ask your permission to have ours already. Okay, sorry. Okay, the time is up. One question more? Oh, okay. Yeah. I heard your word actually. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for the times, because we do not have 24 hours time with Pak Director. So, and we will continue our agenda, but it is very interesting because its aspects or many words said by Pak Directors open the multidisciplinary challenge. Talking about the storage, we have challenge of the Asian power grid, for example, like that. Talking about the archipelago, we have the challenge not only the economical but also the social aspect of the storage and also grid. But also talking about the the price, affordability. It is interesting because in the exact or in the recent conditions, maybe one technology is not feasible. But imagine that we as a nation, we as a global communities have a new mindset, and then we try hard to internalize many externalities into the analysis of benefit and cost ratio. We will see the benefit maybe have new dimensions. How about we then internalize the negative impact or risk of the health and so on and so on. So it is the time to change our mindset as a person, but also the mindset of our institution. And as the closing for this sessions, again, Pak Director, beside about the beyond accelerated, so already two words, keywords, and also another keywords, multidisciplinary. It is time to us to collaborate not only in the silo mindset, in the silo aspect, in the one disciplinary view, but in multidisciplinary view. Thank you very much for this challenge, Pak Director, and we are ready to support not only the governments of the Indonesia, but also the governments of the Kiribati, and we will collaborate with Japan, US, and so on to build our better world. Thank you very much for the session, and we give applause for the speech from His Excellency Minister and also from Pak Gigi as a Director of Energy Conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rahmawan. I do so apologize because the limited time for this session, as we have to continue to the next session. And please remain on the stage to the research person, because the organizing committee will give a souvenir as your valuable contribution as the speaker for the key session. We would like to invite Dr. Alexander Agung, Head of Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics of UGM, to deliver the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the key session. The research persons, please give a big applause once again to the speaker. Thank you so very much, Mr. Gigi. And the other goodie bag will be given by Dr. Agung to Mr. Gigi. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Gigi, for your valuable contribution, bringing topic energy transition to this Astechnova 2023. Thank you, Dr. Agung, and thank you, Mr. Gigi. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, we just concluded the opening ceremony of Astechnova 2023 by the keynote session. And now, without further ado, we are going to start our panel session. We will hear about speakers from different countries, and afterwards their section will include a question and answer session based on the topic. This panel session will be led by Insinyur Agus Arif. So now let me introduce Bayu, our moderator for the panel session. Engineer Agus Arif MT is a faculty member in Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics since 1992. Currently, he is undertaking doctoral studies at the Department of Electric Engineering and Information Technology at UGM and conducting research on batteries in electric vehicles. He has expertise in the field of instrumentation and control programming. This is proven by the experiences he has had, namely research regarding the integration of software that processes images of white blood cells for the diagnosis of human disease, designing abnormality detection on sensors using ANN, designing independent software regarding white blood cells, etc. In addition, he has published research and journals on a national scale using software and programming to recognize type of disease and also control traffic lights. This proves that he has deep knowledge of control techniques, not only on a national scale. He has published journals and conducted research on an international scale regarding electromagnetics, the use of radial basis function in neural networks and other. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I handed over the session to Mr. Agus for an hour and 30 minutes until 12 a.m.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for us all. It is a pleasure and honor for me to do the moderating for the two panel speakers, international panel speakers, that will give us some enlightenment in the technology to bring alternative energy, and also about study to the nuclear power plant accident in Japan. Okay, so now I will invite Professor Kotaro Tanaka to the stage, and also Dr. Haryono Budi Santosa. Please sit down. Okay, we will start with Professor Tanaka. Okay, I will read his short CV. He is now 46 years. He has PhD graduations from mechanical engineering, the University of Tokyo in March 2007, and then he has some opportunities of postdocs, and then his research topics is about carbon recycling fuel combustion, combustion chemistry, laser diagnostic, engine combustion, emission measurement, and CO2 capture. For Dr. Haryono, sorry, he graduated from University Gajah Mada for the bachelor, master, and also the doctor graduateship in 1987, 2016, and 2030. And his publications, one of his publications is about developing nuclear security capacity in Indonesia police and security officer. Lessons from the Universitas Gajah Mada pilot training. Okay, so now without further ado, I give a time for Dr. Professor Tanaka for his presentation, and then will be continued with Dr. Haryono's presentations, and after that we will open question and answer session. Okay, please, Dr. Professor. Okay.
Okay, so good morning. So thank you very much for a kind introduction. My name is Kotaro Tanaka from Ibaraki University in Japan, and I'm very honored to be given the opportunity to talk about my study, and I'd like to express my great appreciation to all the members of the organizing committee. So today, I'd like to study the carbon recycling energy. This is the one aspect of the solution of the CO2 reduction. Today, our study is introduced. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, as you know, once again, I introduce the CO2 concentration. Now the CO2 concentration is increasing, and now the CO2 concentration in air is almost the 420 ppms. And of course, please show. Yes, this graph shows the this data is obtained from the Japan Meteorological Agencies. And of course, the IPCC reports conclude that the temperature rise of anthropogenic origin. So now we have to reduce the CO2 concentration in the air. So once again, my purpose is to reduce the CO2 concentration in air. That is our purpose. Okay, so the next slide, please. So how do we reduce the CO2 concentration in the air? This is one of the scenarios for reducing carbon dioxide. In Japan, by 2015, we have to reach the net zero CO2 emission. So first is in electrification. The electricity generated from the renewable energy is important. And some industry section or transportation section, the electricity is used. But other one is the use of the carbon neutral fuels, such as hydrogen and ammonia. These are the decarbonization fuels. And next is the synthetic fuels. These are very essential for airplane for jet fuels or ship fuels. That are difficult to electrify. And the certain amount of domestic stockpile is necessary for the perspective of the energy security, especially in Japan, an island country. It's almost the same situation in Indonesia. So we have to store some energy. So the liquid fuels are necessary for a long time stockpiling. So liquid fuel is very important. So the liquid fuel is mainly the hydrocarbon. So the hydrocarbon, so the carbon recycling energy is very, very important. So we have to do the CO2 capture and generating the fuels using the synthetic technologies and use these fuels. So that is the very important. Next slide, please. So this is the one of the examples. The comparison of the CO2 emission between electric vehicle and internal combustion engine vehicles. Right side graph, the horizontal axis shows the distance driven, and the vertical axis shows the CO2 emission. So at zero, CO2 is emitted. This means the CO2 emission during the manufacturing process. So the CO2 emission from the electric vehicle is larger than the internal combustion engines. And of course, CO2 increase with increasing the driving distance. So the blue line is an internal combustion engines. Of course, the CO2 emission increased with increasing the distance. And the green line shows the CO2 emission from the electric vehicles. This slope depends on the power plant, electric power plant. So in the case of France, the electricity is generated from the nuclear power. So the CO2 emission, the slope is the smallest. So in that case, the electric vehicles contribute to the reduction of the CO2 concentration in the air. But in the case of Japan, we don't have the nuclear power plant at present because huge earthquake occurs and we have deconstruction of the nuclear power plant. So now we don't use such power plant. So the electricity is generated from the combustion energy. So in that case, the 70,000 kilometer is reversed. The electric vehicles the CO2 emission from the electric vehicles is lower than the internal combustion engines. And in the Poland case, at present in Poland, the electricity is generated from the combustion energy. So in this case, the CO2 emission from electric vehicles is larger than the internal combustion engines. So in this case, electric vehicles do not contribute to the reduction of the CO2 emission, CO2 concentration in the air. So the CO2 emission vary depending on what type of the power generation is used. This is very, very important. And the next slide, please. So the carbon recycling energy is applied not only to the fuels, but also the many chemicals and minerals. Of course, carbon storage is also very important. And next slide, please. Okay, so this is the roadmap of the carbon recycling energies. In Japan, this is materials of the METI, it's the Japanese government. By 2030, the carbon recycling technology is demonstrated, and liquid fuels generated for the it's on the jet fuels. And by 2040, the many fuels is generated from the carbon recycling technology, and some chemicals and the concrete is generated from these technologies. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the summary of the utilizing carbon recyclings. So very small characters, so the later please check. But the liquid fuels is generated using this carbon recycling energy, and some chemicals and minerals are also generated using these technologies. Okay, next slide, please. So in our research center, it's a carbon recycling energy research center. We focus on these technologies and carbon dioxide used as a resource, and we contribute to the reduction of the CO2 concentration in the air. So to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050, we aim to develop carbon recycling technologies for fuel and thermal energy utilization that cannot be electrified or for which corresponding technologies do not exist. So the comprehensive study on the carbon recycling, CO2 capture, and synthetic fuels and utilization that consider the CO2 as a resource was initiated in Ibaraki University. So the main topics, the one is on the CO2 capture. Now we develop the low energy direct air capture. That is the moisture swing adsorption techniques. It's a low energy, so the very effective way to capture the CO2 in the air. And using the CO2 and the hydrogen, we focus on the methanol synthesis. Methanol is a source of the many fuels and the chemicals, so we study the effective way to generate the methanol, especially develop the catalyst. And the last one is in a utilization unit. Now we develop the utilization technology of the carbon neutral fuels. So the carbon neutral fuels, the ignition characteristics is a little bit different from the existing fuels, gasoline or diesel fuels. So we have to study the fundamental ignition characteristics and engine combustion. Of course, this is the combustion technology, so the NOx and the PM, particulate matter, they're also generated in the engine. So we have to reduce these species. So now our challenge is to construct zero emission vehicles. So this is our main topics in this research center. Okay, next slide, please. So this center, actually, they established in this year, April in 2023. Now each unit continue to study each topics. And almost 2026 carbon recycling demonstration study will be conducted. And we have the Op Science unit and the collaboration study for fundamental topics to contribute the study on the carbon recycling energy is conducted. So now collaborated with a worldwide laboratory. For example, the Duisburg Essen University in Germany and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in the USA. And of course, Japanese, we collaborate with the Japanese National Laboratory in AIST. Of course, we would like to collaborate with the Indonesian research team. And in our university has established Japan's only carbon recycling energy research center and is promoting research as a leader of all Japan. Okay, next slide, please. And finally, we construct the city of the CO2 zero emission city. Of course, the carbon recycling energy is combined with the electricity and the decarbonization energy, hydrogen and ammonia. So this mix is very important. And this mix ratio depends on the regions. So of course, the human resource produced in the Ibaraki University will create safe and secure energy community of the future. So this is our goal of the center. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, from here, I'd like to talk about the fuels. So at first, I'd like to talk about the synthetic fuels. The synthetic fuels is generated from the CO2 and H2. So the first one is methane. It's a gas fuels. It's relatively easily generated from the CO2 and H2 through the Sabatier reaction. And the next one, the smallest liquid fuel is methanol. Methanol is generated from CO2 and H2, and this is the source of the gasoline fuels or dimethyl ether. It's diesel fuels. And the larger fuels is diesel fuels, so the Fischer-Tropsch synthesis is very useful. So the CO and H2 is generated from the CO2 and H2, and diesel fuels. It's a large hydrocarbon is generated. So these fuels used for the diesel fuels. And the next one, please. So this is a summary of the chemical reaction of the synthetic fuels. These three red reaction is important. First one is methanol formation, and the next one is methane formation. It's a Sabatier reaction. And last one is a Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. So these are very important reaction. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the worldwide project of the synthetic fuels. The red one is the methanol to gasoline project. It's mainly performed in South America and the USA. And the FT synthesis is performed in Europe. And alcohol to jet project is also performed in Europe. And methanol formation is demonstrated in China. And we also have a small small project, but in Japan, renewable energy is not so enough. So the project's magnitude is a little bit small. So next slide, please. So in our research center now, the effective generation method is developed using the catalyst. It's a CuZ2O2 catalyst. This is a very new catalyst, and the conversion ratio is relatively high with a relatively lower temperature. And now the DME and the gasoline reaction from the methanol is studied using the catalysts. Okay, next slide, please. Of course, these synthetic fuels, the CO2 and the hydrogen is very important. So the direct air capture technology is very, very important in near future. Now, the 4 technologies is studied. First one is the CaCO3 systems. And the second one is NFC. It's a nano-fabricated cellulose. It's an amine. Amine is generated, the CO2. And the third one is MOF, and it's a metal organic frameworks. Last one is moisture swing adsorption. So it is necessary to reduce the energy and the cost of the CO2 capture. So the moisture adsorption, moisture swing adsorption is a relatively low energy and a low cost. So now we focus on the moisture swing adsorption techniques for CO2 capture. So next slide, please. So this is the concept. Now we generate the anion exchange resin. It's an ammonium ion. And under the dry condition, CO2 captured on this resin, and under the moisture condition, the CO2 dissolved on this resin. So we control this water concentration. The CO2 capture is controlled. So the temperature is not changed, just atmospheric pressure. So we don't need the electric energy or the heat energy. So the energy cost is relatively low. And now we optimize the structure of the adsorbent using the quantum calculation, and generated some anion exchange resin in our lab, and it set the reactor, and we evaluate the efficiency of the carbon dioxide capture. Okay, next slide, please. So the synthetic fuels is a very useful and effective way, but the biofuels, this is also the important topics, important techniques for the reduction of the CO2 concentration in air. So the cellular type biomass, the syngas is generated. So the CO, using the CO and the hydrogen, the large hydrocarbon for diesel fuels is generated through the Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. And alcohol is also generated. It's a bioethanol. It's a fuel for the spark-ignited engines. And of course, vegetable oil and the waste cooking oil is a resource of the fuels. The fatty acid methyl ether is one of the diesel fuels. And recently, the microalgae is also paid attention. So these algae have oil components, so the fuels is generated from the microalgae. Next slide, please. So this is the example of the study of the microalgae. Microalgae is generated in the reactor, and some oil components is gathered, and the jet fuels, SAF, sustainable aviation fuels, is generated from this laboratory. And now the demonstration is conducted in a Japanese airplane company. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now we have to generate the fuels through the bio or synthetic method. But next, we use these fuels efficiently. So this is the example of the automobiles. Now automobiles have the first engine is established. Please click. Yes. And the next, so of course, emission, NOx, and particulate matter is very serious problems. So the next click, please. The after treatment system is established. So these catalysts reduce the particulate matter or NOx. And last, please click once again. So during the driving, these after treatment system is moved, so the emission is reduced. But some situation, the emission is the high, the NOx or the particulate matter is highly emitted. So we have to measure the emission during the driving. And next click, please. So if the emission is very bad, we have to improve the engine or fuel, and we improve the after treatment systems. So this triangle is very important. So the biofuels and the synthetic fuels, so probably the ignition characteristics is different, so we have to continue to study the engine combustion and after treatment systems. Okay, so once again, please click. So now we study the new fuels. For example, the biofuels, e-fuels, e-fuels and synthetic fuels, and blended fuels. Probably some biofuels mixed with the existing fuels. So the curious circumstance is happened. So we check the blended fuels, and of course the renewable fuels is used, but the lubricant oil is required. So we study the lubricant oil combustion, and of course gas engine, methane and hydrogen, and ammonia and hydrogen combustion are studied. And click please. And of course the NOx reduction systems. It's a selective characteristic reduction systems, or DPF, diesel particulate filter. These are also important techniques. And next, click please. And now we measure the ammonia or N2. N2 is a greenhouse gas using the portable emission measurement systems, and also measure the CO2 and the methane from the emission. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, once again, click please. Yes. So our laboratory has a single cylinder engine and the fundamental experimental setups, and we also studied quantum chemistry. So it's a rare research group in the world that can conduct research from basic to applied, and from micro to macro. Okay, so next slide, please. And this is the example of the study to extend the lean limit for high compression ratio spark ignition engine in our research center. So we find the suitable fuels for spark ignition engines. So we find the lean limit extended when a light olefin and ethanol or ETB are blended with gasoline surrogate, gasoline fuels. So the lean limit is expanded, the thermal efficiency is improved, so the CO2 reduced. So the ethanol and olefins are required to be generated from CO2 and H2 or biomass. Next slide, please. And this is the example of the diesel fuels. It's a synthetic fuels of the oxymethylene dimethyl ether. This is the this certain number is higher than diesel fuels, and these fuels is liquid fuels, and OMA combustion is almost soot-free, and the lower heating values are almost the half that of the diesel fuel, so the consumption rate is increased. So now we optimize the fuel injection systems, and we check the spray of the diesel fuels and OME fuels. Now we construct the chemical kinetic model, and the spray model will be developed using the experimental data. Okay, next slide, please. And the last one is a demonstration of the benefits of the hydrogen. It's a methane and hydrogen engine. This study is collaborated with the Hitachi company. And it's on a single cylinder engine, and when the hydrogen is mixed, the thermal efficiency improved. Based on these results, future demonstration will be conducted with a power generator. Okay, next slide, please. And last one, of course, the CO2 reduction is very important, but other greenhouse gas is also important. Methane and nitrous oxide. So the nitrous oxide has 300 times greater than the greenhouse effect than carbon dioxide. And it's generated, the nitric oxide by photolysis, and it contributes to the ozone depletion. And N2O is generated from the ammonia combustion. It's the next fuels. So probably next, N2O is in a very serious problems. So now we constructed measurement systems for the N2O, and onboard measurement is during the emission. N2O in emission is measured during the car running, And we confirm the NO2 emission equivalent to the 5% of CO2 emission. So we focus on NO2 and also methane. So please click. Okay, so this is the last slide. And also the tropospheric ozone is a problem. So at the time of the introduction of decarbonization technologies, the ozone concentration is in a tropospheric ozone, is in a near ozone concentration. It's increased in some situations, some season, or some cities, because the engine combustion or the combustion technology reduced, so the NO emission reduced. But the ozone reduced by the NO. So the ozone will be increased. So the introducing the decarbonization technology may increase ozone concentration in some seasons. So this is the next problems. So we have to resolve these problems. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, let me summarize my talk. The use of the carbon recycling fuels with heat engine, internal combustion engine, will continue to be an energy option in the future. And the study on the carbon recycling fuel production and the utilization should continue to be conducted. The use of the best fuels for advanced internal combustion engines is conducted. And it is becoming clear that the olefin structure species and ethanol is key for the future fuel. It's a spark ignited engine. So in diesel engines, so the large hydrocarbon generated from the Fischer-Tropsch technologies, that is the key fuels. And the study on optimal fuels should be promoted through the close communication between the fuel utilization researchers and the fuel generation research. It's a collaboration is in mechanical engineering and chemical engineering. And CO2 capture and hydrogen generation are also essential technologies. And the development of the production method with the lowest energy consumption must be promoted. The moisture swing adsorption method, which can reduce the use of the thermal or electrical energy as much as possible, is expected to be the promoting technology for DAC in the future. And other global warming substances than CO2 should be also taken into consideration, and studies should be conducted to reduce methane and nitrous oxides. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kotaro Tanaka, for the enlightenment of the carbon recycling. So this is like an alternative source for energy in the future. And we will talk about this later, but now this is the time for Dr. Haryono Budisantosa to present about the safety from the NPP accident. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be with you here and then to share our thought, our proposals about energy, especially about. Before me, that is Professor Kotaro. Tell us, they rise, and I think, and then will be an issue: safe and secure energy. So safe is become an important word for us. That is not only energy availability, but also the safe energy. We need a safe energy. I will talk about my study of the impact base of nuclear power plant accident to improve safety approaches. Up to now, that the nuclear energy, we call it safe. Why? Because very few accidents happen. Yeah, even though 2 of the last accidents, yeah, produce disaster, yeah, like disaster. And for example, there is 3 examples. 3 Mile Island accidents is a severe accident, but no evacuations. Yeah. And then the second is Chernobyl. It is, I think, it's very big disaster. Yeah. And I think that up to now the solution is not complete yet up to now. And then the third, it is the very important lesson learned. This from the Fukushima Daiichi accidents. Yeah. And then please, so the title is about that, is a study of the impact piece. Usually we try to achieve the safety of nuclear power plant from the reactor itself, but not from the impact if the accident happened. Please, the second slide, please. So this is the preamble. There is an very, what is this, worldwide news. There is the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accidents that happened in 2011. Yeah. That is the picture. It show us about the nuclear Fukushima Daiichi, yeah, in the east coast of Japan. There is a 6 unit of the nuclear power plant, and then there is an earthquake, yeah, that followed by tsunami, and finally there is a, what is this? There is a loss of electrical power because of the earthquake and also because of the tsunami. So that it's a unit 1, 2, and 3. What is this? There is a cooling failure. Actually, the reactors is shut down automatically because of the earthquake. Unfortunately, there is no electrical power, so there is the cooling need for the spent fuel or the nuclear fuel is, I think that is fail also. And finally, there is overheat, and there is an core melt, and then also the containment of the reactor is also filled, and then there is a release of radioactive materials. After that, there is what is this? The impact of the accidents can be the next slide, please. That is the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power accident. The left side is at the ruin of nuclear Fukushima Unit 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. And then the right side of the picture is about the impact. There is the impact is around the contaminations that happens in Japan is around 2,000, more than 2,000 square kilometers. And most of the radioactive release is went to the ocean, yeah, to Pacific Oceans. And then Japan need 1 decade, 10 years to, what is this, to resolve, how to solve the problems there, yeah, and then to face the challenge after that. Okay, then we can see here in the pictures that is the distributions of the contaminations is going to the northwest of the Fukushima site. Yeah. Next, please. This is the event happened after the Fukushima accidents. You know that the Fukushima nuclear power plant started, the earliest started in 1971. Yeah. And then in March 2011, there is an accident. Yeah. And then what the nuclear people do, what the nuclear people did at the times, before the 2011s, the most important in that case is about the nuclear power plant safety prior to accidents. Usually we have principles, safety principles or safety philosophy that we call it defense in depth, that consists of 3 layers. First, accident preventions, and then the second is accident mitigations, and the third is consequence mitigations. This is the defense in depth. So almost all nuclear safety work is in the 3 aspects, in the 3 fields like that. Accident prevention, and then accident mitigations, and then consequence mitigations. When after the accident, there is an emergency situations. As we can see that emergency situations in Japan after the Fukushima accident is from March 2011 up to December 2011. There is an emergency. And then since April 2011 till for almost 1 year, it is the transition. Yeah, there is a phase of the transitions. And then after the transition, after the emergency, they need the stabilization and decommissioning on site, on NPP nuclear power plant sites. And then after that, off-site remediation and recovery. Almost every activity from the safety before the accident to recovery takes place with its own management. That is not in a single management, or not in single coordination, but every activity is has its management. So there is very different challenges, and also very different managements. So that is, we can see that is the problem in this case is about the uncertainty in evacuation time, for example, and also uncertainty in recovery time. So there is become a problem. So, and then after the after the stabilization is also off-site remediation is done, was done, and then some people do not didn't want to to return to its home, and then try to work or to make activity in another places. Next, please. So, as an introduction, that is, we can see that this nuclear energy has been a component of the world energy mix since 1960s. So it's a long time ago. And then nuclear energy can be generated to a large scale, with greenhouse gas emission equivalent to renewable energy. It's very low. And then there are currently more than 400 nuclear power plants operating, and more than 50 units are under construction. Most of the development is in Asia, especially in China. Then a number of countries are just starting to use nuclear energy, like Bangladesh, Uni Arab Emirates, and then Turkey. And then in Europe is Belarusia. But in Asia, mostly in Asia. And then there were three serious accidents have occurred at nuclear power plants, namely 3 Mile Island in 1979, and then Chernobyl in Ukraine in 1986, and Fukushima Daiichi in 2011. The last 2 accidents caused significant disruption to the environment and people's life through the radioactive contamination that occurred. And then disaster from a nuclear power plant accidents create uncertainty in emergency managements, remediation of contaminated environment, and restoration to the lives of affected communities. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accident can represent a weakness in the utilizations of a nuclear power technology thereby explaining the challenge faced in its utilizations. Next, please. In this case, the most important message is nuclear energy is an energy option that is expected to overcome the problem of climate change in the energy sector, but is hampered by catastrophic events that have occurred before, and there is no certainty of generation for the latest generation of nuclear technology to avoid it. There is a good, very, very good simulations, but simulation is not an empirical event. Next, please. So the safety facts about the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. From the deterministic assessment perspective, prior to the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accident, safety regulations were more limited to design basis accident, or DBA. Therefore, assessment for accident beyond design basis accident were not carried out, and there was quite a satisfaction with the existence of accident prevention efforts. Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accident was very special because there is a combination of a natural event, a natural phenomena, and technological failure. That is a very special. And then some of the reasons why the station blacked out, because station blacks out in this case is actually, this is the, what is this, like the, it is the starting point for the accident. Station blackout. There is no electrical power supply at that time in Fukushima. And then, even though the reactors is shut down after the earthquake, but the reactors need cooling. Unfortunately, there was no electrical power to operate, to start the pump. And finally, there is a cooling failure accidents. So we called it a station blackout, or SBO, did not warrant detailed analysis, and additional mitigation were an assumed high likelihood of great recovery within a short space of time, and design features to mitigate single unit SBO events such as an unit electrical cross connection. That is like a combinations of optimisms, and unsupported conditions. There is other beyond design accident pertinent to events of March 2011, such as the total loss of the ultimate heatsink, lost DC power, loss of spent fuel pool cooling, were also assessed deterministically in establishment permit of the reactors, operations of the nuclear power plant, which only include the analysis of the design basis accident. And Fukushima Daiichi accident is beyond design basis accident, more than or heavier than design basis accident. Next, please. This is from a probabilistic assessment. It looks that nuclear power plant in Fukushima is a very, very safe, probabilistically. So everybody, in that side, where everybody was very optimistic, very confident about the safety. Why? Because the core damage frequency, that is core damage, means that is the place where the radioactivity is inside it. Call that the frequency for core damage is in the order of 10 times -8. So very, very, very low. It is much lower than international criteria that's submitted by the International Atomic Energy. That is only 10 power -4. So it's a very, very safe. And then containment failure frequency Containment means that is like, what is this? Containment is like barriers, yeah, of the radioactive to go into the environment. And also, it's very, very low, the frequency. That is a very, it looks almost ideal. Yeah, this is 10 power minus 8, yeah, the frequency. And then from the station blackout, it's also very low, the frequency. Yeah. But the accident still happened. What's wrong with this? This is the questions. So the lesson learned said that deterministic and probabilistic beyond design basis safety analysis need to be comprehensive and take into account both internal and external events, including internal flooding and external hazards such as seismic event and flooding. Secondly, is extremely low numerical values from probabilistic safety assessment need to be reviewed and confirmed. Not only believe the low number, but need to be reviewed and confirmed. Yeah. Next, please. And then this is the response of the Japanese government. Yeah. There is 5 groups actually, and the 28 items, yeah, 28 key points. But the group is about, the first group is strengthen preventive measures against a severe accidents. And the second group is enhancement of measure against severe accidents. If we pay attention to the number, I mean the point, the key point, it looks at everything, it's come from a technical perspective, not from the impact. What does this mean? It means that, yeah, that we have to improve the reactors itself. Yeah. Reactors is reactors. Yeah. That is what is like an autonomous machines. Yeah. That is a machine is machines, and then we make improvement in the machines. How to improve it? From the machine. That is, machine is a source and also the objectives. And then the group, next please. That is the third group, enhancement of nuclear emergency response. Yeah. That is, the machines can produce something bad, and then the emergency should be provided, yeah, to to protect. In this case, when we talk about the human protection, it's okay, because Fukushima Daiichi, there is no human casualties. Yeah, there is no there's no death, we can say. Why it happened? Because the human or the man, yeah, can be evacuated. We can pick them and then move away. But the question here is all about the protection for the environment. We cannot evacuate the environment. I mean, that is like, what is this? What we call it? What is in English? Keanekaragaman hayati, biodiversity. Biodiversity. We cannot evacuate the biodiversity. Yeah. Biodiversity is always, yeah, in place. And then the radiation come, radioactive come there. If human or people, we can pick them up and then brought them to another places, but not for the environment. So that is nuclear emergency response. It is, in this case, is interpreted as the human protection. And then this fourth group is about the reinforcement of safety infrastructures. It looks that it's about the infrastructure of like regulatory body, yeah, and then human resources. And then the fifth group is about the awareness of safety culture. It looks that the word safety cultures is simple and easy to understand, but in reality, no, because we live in our daily culture, yes, our daily traditions, and the safety culture, yeah, frequently, yeah, it is like a guidance to live in a different way, right? Live in different way. We have to, what is this, to discipline, yeah, and then to be very prudent and so on. That is not everyday life, I think. Everybody said like this. So that is rise awareness of safety culture is important in this perspective for the Japanese nuclear people. It is about the safety culture. Next, please. So that is the conclusion, I think, from this part. Is Japan's response was more technical, organizational, managerial, and safety cultural in nature. It looks that there is no impact base in this case. And then the second is adverse impact on the environment are not a factor in controlling nuclear power plant safety. And then the third, restoring the environment and people's life is not a factor in controlling nuclear power plant safety. Like I said, safety, I mean that before Fukushima. And it looks that up to now, that is start from machines, yeah, doing our work with machines, yeah, and then going to machines. That is the recent approach of the nuclear power. Next, please. And then the world response, yeah, in IAEA coordination, there is an international expert meeting that held in 2015. That is the world thing that defense in depth, prevention and mitigation of accident and mitigation of consequences still needs to be maintained. And then need international research and developments about severe accident analysis, the event in the machine, yeah, and then emergency preparedness and response. But about what? Source system, what is that source system? Source system is the radioactive that release from a nuclear accident when accident happen. That is, we call it a source system. And then also about the radioactive transport. And then post-accident recovery, but reactor related. Post-accident recovery means recover, yeah, to stabilize the reactors, not to stabilize the community, not to stabilize the environment. And then common issues is about site, instrumentation, and monitoring under severe accident conditions, and then human and organizational factors. From that response, we infer that international response was more technical in nature. Adverse impact on the environment are not a factor, yeah, in controlling nuclear power plant safety. Restoring the environment and people's lives is not a factor in controlling nuclear power plant safety. What does this mean actually? That this nuclear power plant is built, yeah, due to the need of the energy. So the most important factors in this case is about supplying energy. Not, even though we call it, even though we talk that the protection is important, but it looks that the energy is the most important factors to use the nuclear power plant. Next, please. And then there is a thought, yeah, about the resilience of affected communities. It is not about the machine. That is, the title is not about the machines. That is a study, many studies come from Japan, actually. That is in the 2011 Advanced Summer School of Nuclear Engineering and Management with Social Scientific Literacy held in August at the University of California, Berkeley. That is the product is about the reflections on the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident toward a social scientific literacy and engineering resilience. They have in this reflection, they said that because of the fact that no one died due to radiation, it is often said, mostly by nuclear engineers, that Fukushima Daiichi accident is a good demonstration of the effectiveness of defense in depth principles. And then they also, what they say, we can say like accepted that the bitter reality is that severe nuclear accident will occur in the future. No matter how advanced nuclear technologies become, we just do not know when, where, and how they will occur. Actually, it is very natural. That is, fail, accident is normal in a human life. So we cannot say that this is a very, very safe, that no accident will happen. It is impossible, because we call it Murphy's law, that anything that can go wrong, it will. We call it Murphy's law. I mean, the safety people use it as a law, and we call it Murphy's law. So that is the bitter reality, is the severe nuclear accident will occur in the future. No matter how advanced nuclear technology become, we just do not know when, where, and how. In the case of Fukushima Daiichi, resilience refers to the capacity of technical system to continue operating or resist further damage in an unfavorable environment. It is also referred to the ability of an ecosystem to recover. Ecosystem to recover its operation or development as they were before the system was disturbed. So ecosystem service is become the important terminology in this case, or important substance in this case. This is, that is Picaud said about it. Next, please. And then the study response are not just technical in nature. Adverse impact on the environment have been considered but have not yet become a factor. Have considered but not become factors. And then restoring the environment and people lives is not a factor in controlling nuclear power plant safety. Next, please. So there is a Gen 4 nuclear power plant technology. It is the latest, about the Gen 4. For a current and future generation nuclear power plant, the Fukushima accidents reconfirm the importance of assuring that nuclear safety considers the full spectrum of natural event. Then safety and there is three objectives. We called it in the safety and reliability objectives. The generation for nuclear energy system operation will excel in safety and reliability. And then the second objective said that generation for nuclear energy system will have a very low likelihood and degree of reactor core damage. And then the third objective is generation for nuclear energy system will eliminate the need for off-site emergency response. So we can see that the Gen 4 response was more technical in nature, and then adverse impact of the environment and restoring the environment and people's lives are expected to no longer be a problem because of potential for radioactive release is eliminated. But there is no empirical evidence for this optimism. There is a problem. Next, please. And then as a discussion, that is called it, there is 6 points. First, protection of the environment and people's life relies more on technical strategies, which always have the possibility of failure. And then second, the environmental capacity to maintain ecosystem services is not a limiting factor for radioactive release resulting from a severe accident. And the third, the capacity to restore community life in contaminated areas is not consideration in planning the use of nuclear power plants. Number 2 and number 3 have a great potential to create uncertainty in the time and cost of environmental remediation and restoration of the community life. And then the 5th, the generating capacity of nuclear power plant is more important consideration in its utilization compared to environmental capacity to receive radioactive release and restore the lives of affected communities. And then the 6th, there has been no thought to integrate the potential for radioactive release from a nuclear power plant, the environmental capacity to receive radioactive release without disruption to ecosystem services, and the capacity to restore the lives of the affected communities. That is the discussion. And then next, please. So this is the proposal. That is the recent approach that has been happened up to now. It is the can be drawn. We can make a diagram like that. There is reactors and its radioactive content is protected by reactor vessels and reactor containments. But if accident happens, there will be a radioactive release due to the accident. And after that, there is an uncertain and environmental remediation and community recovery. Uncertain. And then finally, we come to a new normal. I think in Japan now said that is after what is remediations and recovery, they not said that is we are as normal as before, but the new normal, they said like that. The new normal is different with the normal. I mean the prior normal, but we can live there. And then the proposed approach, if I can go down, may I go down first? Because I need to put my fingers there. Oh yeah, okay. This is one. This one is about using environmental capacity and recovery capacity as a factors to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, as a factor to what is to design the reactors, and its containment. So there is a radioactive release due to accidents, but because of this is becoming a factors to the design of the reactors, so there will be, we can expect the certain environmental remediation and community recovery. Certain, not uncertain. And then the condition will be returns to normal at a certain time, not a new normal, normal at a certain time. That is the proposed approach. There is a 2 option for this present proposed approach. Please, next please. There is the first option. The first option is only environmental capacity and recovery capacity becoming a factors in designing the nuclear reactors or nuclear power plant that will be used, and then there will be if there is a radioactive release due to the accident but does not cause environmental pollution. Why? because it's drive or controlled by environmental capacity as a factor of the design. So then the environment and people's lives are not disturbed. Yeah, this is a very ideal. But there is a consequence. The proposed approach, or option 1, makes environmental capacity and community recovery into factors that determine the potential for radioactive releases through regulating the power capacity of nuclear power plants and containment capacity as a consequence. The consequence that arises is low nuclear power plant capacity. Very low. Yeah, it will be very low. If we make it that the nuclear power plant is what is this? What is we can call it as to harmonize with its environment. But there is a second option. Yes, please. The second option, that is environmental capacity still a factors, yeah, to design the reactor or nuclear power plant, also the recovery capacity, and then there will be radioactive release due to the accident. There will be certain environmental remediation and community recovery, but we need environmental remediation capacity. Yeah, like this lesson from Japan, from Fukushima, is was very interesting. Why? Because the remediation capacity of Japan is in Japan there will be an activity to build the capability to remediate the contaminated environment. And then this remediation capacity, for example, in Japan, the remediation capacity is almost 1 square kilometers a day, per day. Yeah. But if you make a comparison with the Chernobyl accident, impact of the Chernobyl accident, it is a remediation capacity after the Chernobyl accident is very, very low. So need more than 20 or even 30 years, yeah, to remediate the environment. But Japan can remediate the environment only for 10 years, 1 decade. But 10 years is long. It is not a short time. Yeah. So in this case, the power capacity of nuclear power plant can be increased as long as the potential environmental radioactive contamination is at a level that can be overcome by the environmental remediation capacity for a specified time. What is the consequence actually in here? The consequence, and that is the environmental remediation capacity should be built by the country, yeah, that use nuclear power plant. This environmental remediation capacity, we see this picture, will be important controlling factors. If you have the environmental remediation capacity high, and then we have an opportunity to make the nuclear power plant is in higher capacity. Okay, next, the final, the challenge. Obtain dimensions of environmental capacity, community recovery, and environmental remediation that are in accordance with nuclear power plant design. This is the challenge for the next research. Okay. I think that's okay. Next, please. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for all. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Haryana Budi Santosa, for an interesting concept of the next nuclear power plant, which is also account for this remediation capacity. Yeah. Okay. Now we have we have to reach the scheduled time for these talks, but I think we can have some questions for the professor and also to the Dr. Haryono. Okay, I think I open the first sessions for questions. Is there any questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, please give the mic for the two questions. Okay.
Thank you very much for Dr. Haryono. In your last slides, you show us the option 1 and about the consequence of the low nuclear power plant. How low is that? Is that equal around, for example, the install capacity or potential install capacity of the small medium SMR, a small modular reactor, or something like that? Because if that's so, it is also still good for Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Dr. Ramaman. That is, actually, that is how low it is the nuclear power plant in these concepts. Ideally, that will be a very, very low, lower than SMR, lower than what is this, a low, what is this, we call it a small reactors. Why? Because the question is about, up to now, that is we do not want or we do not permit nuclear power plant to be in accident. But in these options, accident is okay, no problem. Because why? Because the environment will accept, will absorb the release of the radioactivity. That is the option 1. So the consequence is that nuclear power plant generating capacity will be very low, because only using the natural means to to save the environment or to solve. But the second options can be higher. Why? It is still safe for the environment and for the community life. But it depends on the remediation capacity. If our remediation capacity, for example, we have Indonesia have 2 kilometers of decontamination per day, for example. So, what is the permitted contamination? We can calculate for that. If we provide time, for example, for a 3 months, for example, how large area we can decontaminate it. So there is a certainty in this case. The certainty of time, it is very important, because up to now, Chernobyl and Fukushima accident produce an uncertain time of evacuations and recovery. In the time of the accidents. But finally, that is the government state that it should be solved in 10 years. But in the early times, everybody is confused. How long I will be in evacuation zone? How long I have to leave my home? And then this question, there is no answer. Can I come home again? Can I return again to my home? There is no answer. I think this is my answer.
Thank you. Then the second person.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for Professor Kotaro. I'm just wondering about the recycle for the bio-based fuel. How about the performance compared to the internal combustion engine? Is there any modification needed when we use that type of biofuel? And another one for Dr. Haryono. I'm just wondering how much is the radius of the nuclear radiation, because I think this kind of information is important when we want to decide where we want to build the nuclear power plant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for question. Yes, so the biofuels, the ignition characteristics is different, so the improve the internal combustion engine, so the some controls, but the originally the combustion characteristics is very low, so it's not ignited so hard in biofuels, so it's better for the internal combustion engine, so the thermal efficiency can be improved. So it is a very useful and the efficiency fuels.
Thank you. Can you show my slide? I have slide number 2. Pages number 2. Related to the questions. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. We can see from this. This is the radius actually. The radius of the area. And then this is the contamination. And then you can see that there's a highly contamination is the red zone. So what does it mean with the radius actually? In this case, why it happened like that? That is because of this is atmospheric dispersions. So the wind direction, yeah, and then also the wind speed will affect the distributions. But normally we use like this. Yeah, this you can see that is up to 30 kilometers radius. Yeah, it looks that is the radiations is more than 30 kilometers radius is safer than less than 30 kilometers. So evacuations at the times is not by one decision. First day decision, second day decision, third day decision may happen. Why? Because the behavior of the distribution of what is this when distributions of the radioactivity in the environment is changed by time. But we can see that there is a 60 kilometers radius is safe, no contamination after that. But you know that actually the radiation, the contamination, it's not what they say. It's not shared in the all area, but concentrated in some direction, in one or two directions. For example, that Fukushima Daiichi, actually, that's contamination or radioactive release. Most of the radioactive release goes to ocean. Yeah. But we have to know that ocean has a can be dilute, yeah, have a dilute power. It's very high. Because the volume is the concentrations of the radioactivity in oceans is always very low, going to very, very low. So that if we talk about the radius, there is a regulations that talk about actually radius for evacuations and so on. There is a state, yeah. The regulation has state the number of the radius. But we can simulate this. Yeah, we can simulate. And then, for example, in my proposals, we make a simulation of these distributions in many radius, yeah, many alternatives, and then we can use it as a factor to design the nuclear power plant. So if we want, that is the rate contamination is only like this, as far as this radius. and then how big the capacity of the nuclear power plant. We can calculate it. So that is so in this based on that reasons. So we see we come to the proposal that environmental that every nuclear power plant must be suited or fixed with its environment. Yeah. So that everything that is a bad thing happen, bad event happen in nuclear power plant, the environment is ready to accept or able to accept it. I think this is my question, my answer. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Haryono. Now it is time. Okay, now because the organizing committee has already give me a clue that our time is up, I think we should conclude this talk. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for Dr. Haryono, Professor Kotaro, for the presentation that will open our thoughts, our thinking about the new alternatives for getting energy, and also to make a new design for the nuclear power plant. Okay, I'm sorry if my moderating here is not very good, but I think we have a very beneficial talk for the opening of this conference. Thank you very much, and very good. After this, we can have some lunch here. Okay. Now, thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give a big round of applause to the moderator. Thank you so very much, Mr. Agus, and also all speakers. All speakers kindly remain on the stage as the organizing committee will deliver token of appreciation to both speakers. Please, Professor Kotaro and Dr. Haryono, stay on the stage. We kindly invite Dr. Widya Rosita, Secretary of Department of Nuclear Engineering and Engineering Physics of Universitas Gadjah Mada, to come forward. First token of appreciation will be delivered to Professor Kotaro Tanaka. Please give applause to our speaker, Professor Kotaro Tanaka. And next token or next souvenir will be given to Dr. Haryono Budi Santosa. Give applause to Dr. Haryono. Thank you so very much for all speakers for your valuable contribution to this panel session. And next, we will have the photo session between, oh yes, there are goodie bag also to the speakers. And after the goodie bag giving, they will have photo session. So please memorize this special occasion on panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the panel session this day, and we will continue to have break session for an hour until 1 p.m. or maybe more 15 minutes. That's all right. And for the next hour, please be informed that we will have 2 parallel sessions. According to your program schedule, the room The parallel room will you can see on your program schedule, and we will invite you to join the dinner at Alana Resto at 7 p.m. Tomorrow, the conference will commence on time at 8 a.m. Once again, thank you so very much for your attending here in ballroom, and see you tomorrow. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice parallel session and have a good break lunch. Thank you. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, setelah ini selama 1 jam Bapak Ibu akan rehat, istirahat, sholat bagi yang akan menjalankan ibadah sholat zuhur, dan juga makan siang sudah disiapkan di luar ruangan ini. Disilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk